last time we returned from the past, found out our friends have gone to Garlemald to help escort those who were leaving Razatan to take the Charlians up on their offer, only for the final days to have struck there. We arrive in time to witness Alphino and Estenian working together to save some citizens, as well as Raha and Alice, as their father watched on, finally seeing who his children were growing into. We helped take down a relatively powerful blasphemy, and along with the Garlean forces who joined in for the first time since the Triad. Garlemald helped us. Whilst most of the ships had left, Fortuno stayed behind, as he wanted to explain and thank the people at the camp about what had happened, and also he wanted to spend time with his kids, but he's a little too prideful to have admitted that. Alphino makes a request via his father's gratitude to be able to speak to the Forum and ask them their purpose with the ship. They will not interfere with any of their plans with the ship. They just want to know what it is. Fortuno agrees to this, and we return to Charlene while he gets to arranging that. We tell the rest of the Scions what we learned in the past. They all agree that we most likely Heidelin has a means of reaching Meteon, or at least an idea, which would be the only purpose of giving us the hint to go to Elpis. We are summoned to the Forum, and in that summons we... Okay, I am audible. Good. Just making sure I'm paranoid after last week. We learned that their plan was to use the ship to funnel people up to the moon, as well as all the collected knowledge. Most of the collected knowledge they have from being stockpiling. But they also acknowledge that there's some sacrifices are going to need to be made. They're going to have to leave people behind, as well as knowledge behind. But there's also a problem with the engine. It's not as efficient as they need it to be for even the amount that they want to get. So, Alfie gave them a proposition. Let us improve your engine, and if we do so, we propose a new use for the ship. The Forum agrees, and we meet a very, very excited engineer who really likes big booms, who tells us that we need something that can only be found in deep Allegan, very rare Allegan structures, most of which would have been on Dalamont. So we get all our friends to go into the coils of Bahamut to collect what we need from them. Whilst that's happening, we go about Labyrinthos with the Loperites. Azuri Anjali has returned with them, as they were getting antsy waiting for people to turn up on the moon. whilst... So Urianger is teaching the Loporrits of how things are done. We take cooking way off to learn about ingredients, how things are typically made. Growing way is kind of anxious and upset still about what happened previously. Until Urianger helps him... Captain's log, stardate 25. You're so... Who told Urianger he could take the captain's chair? No one. He just took it. Now, Urianger had growing way talk with one of the Charlian engineers to help reassure him about everything, and that actually worked. We went about getting more to turn up to talk to them. So whilst a whole bunch of the Charlians are talking to the Loporrits, Moonbreeder's parents arrive. And they give Urianger a hug that he has needed for a really long time. Following that, we help the twins move some boxes, help Raha get an engine working, and then all our friends arrive with all the materials they needed, much to the shock of both the poor overworked customs officer, who had a significant increase in people turning up, the Charlian Forum, and the engineer, who, with all we have gathered, was able to increase the efficiency from not just the 4% that he was hoping, but 14%. You see what they did there? Charlians agreed to the other half of the Alpha Node's proposal from earlier of letting us go speak to Hydaelyn directly, which required us to travel through the Ethereal Sea, where we met old friends and enemies, including Van Daniel, in the form of a Mon again. After we defeat him, Asa turns up, but it's like, how dare you use my face to disappoint and betray Lord Xenos? And Asa is like, I hate all of you, and I don't want to help you. And Alphino's like, same! I hope I never see you ever again. Then we meet with Hydaelyn, who told us about she set up a device tracking spell on Meteon before she left, and knows exactly the coordinates, and if it's given to the Loporrits, they will be able to get us there. But she wanted to make sure that we can handle it. So, with all the Scions at our side, we fought Hydaelyn herself. And in victory, Hydaelyn finally passes. But unlike everyone else, she will not reincarnate because there is not enough of her left to reincarnate. But she does so knowing that not only are we ready, but the world will be okay without her now. She also gave the Azam Crystal a special boost. Told us to use it at the right moment, which is today. For we today shall cancel the apocalypse. How are you doing, Ori? I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The shoes have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. Yes, that's right. I did just leave my bedroom to go back into my bedroom.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Let me know how the audio levels are, by the way, guys. Elena, I trust you had a good rest. An envoy from Master Fortuno arrived not long ago with a message for the operas have determined the meeting on this location. You can get us to gather the Nostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. The great many of the helping hands that delivered the adamantite are still here in Charlian, and I for one couldn't be happier. We need the burner to be refurbished, supplies to be transported, the meals to be prepared. We need all the assistance we can get. Even Lord Emmeline has been doing his part, albeit at a snail's pace. Still, it's a thought that counts. A bit more than that ever wouldn't go amiss. Hello? It should be working. Everyone appears to be pleasant and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loppers have deduced the whereabouts by Meteon by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Heidelin herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, the edge of creation. The veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyper hopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean? Bear in mind that the decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loperet's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to the endeavour would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and resettle to our star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Heidelin believed you possessed of the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Heidelin's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Heidelin, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What are the people that labor so tirelessly to prepare the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds in Magna Glacius, nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating delivery of Atlantic go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They will express unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loppers too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Heidelin's love for Theros and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. An otherwise vexing problem are no remedy. Besides, Heidelin chose us to lead the way to Meteon. Why else would she give you a crystal that only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate theirs until you brought us here, Urianji. And now we are enamored with this place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, that it is possible that you are the silence, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? I paid you a little too loud. Who can climb more stairs than me? About 1,000 yards. Hey, Darth! Thank you for pushing the button! Very well. We shall inform the forum of your decision and begin preparation to bolster the ark with the Hyper Hopper. The Lupus will coordinate with the Ilslar contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until this work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. Twould seem there's not to do but rest and prepare, shall we? Okay. No need to worry about lending a hand with the Hyper Hopper. We already have more than enough help, so go and relax while you can. Hey, how are you doing, Darth? And yes, I am streaming a little early today. I wanted to make sure that we could get this done today. Well, I don't want to hit a point when we have to stop. When we're this close to the end. That's good. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite. It was difficult to conceive of how one can prepare to brave a domain where Dynas governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteon as we are. Which leaves the not so small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Star. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? You were in there so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Actually, Relina, can I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans are for the interim are decided. Well, the two of you have finished. Mia's back at the Belser Annex, alright? Come with me to Agora. I have something to show you. You will return! You still don't owe me money, Alpha No. Welcome, Alina, to Tara's Boutique. I'm always done with my best to revise the silence with fashionable attire. But in your case especially, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one can ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so after enlisting the aid of world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some starling refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlian. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our work. Perish the thought. Dr. Sudra, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mr. Taru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here for a moment longer? Future Alina, Alphino got lost on the way home. I didn't expect to find you here. I imagine the Danahal would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. The simulacrum too will stay in Charlian while I oversee matters in Razathan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days, or anything else. It allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Darashan, I was hoping you stopped by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, I who should be thanking you. This establishment was restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home back to Razathan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commoners of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders you come up with. I pray you have every success in your endeavours, Mr. Sataru. Before coming here, I have heard word of the forum's decision of what will be done. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called the star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have seemed blinding in the splendour. Your journey into the heavens to protect the light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. And we shall be honored to receive you. There is still much of the Razatan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Very well. But remember, the people of the star have not given up hope, and neither must you. I forgot to take this bit into accounting for how long I have. I probably should have started at 6:30. Whoops. Why must I go to get a meal with some flavour in this extra wasted of taste? Really, Olga? My, what are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yeah, something a little more flair, perhaps, befitting a man at my station. Though I have nowhere to flood said remnant so long as my counters indefinitely. Aye, the young foretold insists that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must be by here in Charlian. Thus do I toil through every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I even suffered the company of that brute second. Yet he is the one who granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I must suffer instead for his otherwise welcome since the burden of extra busy work. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe. Perhaps, alas, the Charlindale says I've sampled were lacking in size. A cafe over there in the pier? The cuisine doesn't appear all that appetizing, but I feel vouched for the cooking that perhaps I shall give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. I missed some of the lines there, but that felt kind of appropriate for Veritran. Also, could someone please help that knight? Well, is that Melina Tataru I spy? Hancock? What are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my plan. Original plan, after all. Any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods. What man of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets on the northern seas? Were they not? I will return straight away to Gagani once I've finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She woundens me. The industrious woman turning on your wardrobe boutique. I'm not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so doubtfully, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru. Fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and our heroes for their maiden voyage. But on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bocarico Inn. The accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Arbonell Trading Company would be honoured to foot the bill. Oh, a woman of tart taste, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lorito have to offer. But let us speak more of this upon your return. Thus I draw more to Tara's ire until we meet. Seriously, like a drink? A place for him to sit? Ah, Elena, decided to spend your time in the markets, did you? Tataru? Thanks, Wedge! I take it you're working the Arc proceeds apace? It does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlie and Razatan has been a rewarding experience. That's not to say nothing of what we've learned from their operates. The other is unlike anything we've ever seen and the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Charlie and Alpha! I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Charlian. Good thing too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe that he means to send you off to the great expanse though. The farthest reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd see such marvels as here I am. More often than not, you and the other Scions are the catalyst that sparks the needs for the great innovations. I think how much I've missed out on had I just remained involved with the ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being like a cod chocobo. There is that too. As busy we are, I wish there was more we could do for you, Relina. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. Would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should be getting going. Still, a few more supplies to gather before we return. Do it, Wedge! No, Wedge! That was your chance, my dude! Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. An entire day passed. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Valashan from Paula Castand. Oh! Ori, I didn't know you started subbing as well. Thanks! Ah, yes. It was you who helped us Prusa again crossing the ice fields. I thought we exchanged a little more than glances then, but it's kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mr. Zitaru, I and many of my friends have found gleanful employment in this foreign land. It's only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times we must look to others. Accurate. I know not whether we will come to call this place home to return to Thavnir, but we are here today and I'm glad to contribute to this cruise. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We pour our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battles to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings of making sense. The rising stones, the soaring snows, and even the certain several of someone rivers are. You're always fortunate to have friends along the way. Even when you were swept away at the first, Gravity was there to greet you. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and to be privileged to watch often with bated breath. I suppose for all the joy we share, there's much more sorrow as well. I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the sea of stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the one to welcome you back on your return. And this is where you get the job here for Endwalker. In addition to your new assembly, we have remnants and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. I realize you have so got to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I don't know if you can find a moment for yourself and that others can as well. That said, they returned to Belda's Annex, though I thought they stayed for long. We decided to go look for them. I suggest speaking with Kyle first. I'm sure they would have told our plans. That's very kind, Ori, thanks. You're back! I take it you received your gift from Tatar? That was surprisingly long in the making, with many long hours of praying to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and a great success. If you're looking for the others though, they've taken their leave. Your Stola, Thancred and Arianji have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. I'll say Grahatia meanwhile. Thought their time would be better spent following books of Numenon. As for Alphino and Estenian, well, they would like to pay a visit to Levier State. Though Estenian seems somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you mind to seek them out. Just be a package. I'd suggest heading to the last stand before your stone and the others finish eating. But above all, it would be foolish to run ahead along the battle fatigue and mess. So do remember to get a good night's sleep. Come to join our make our trio quartet, have you? Please have a seat. See if we'll get you a drink.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, Every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. I just... Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
You're still as someone is sitting on you. Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best. I'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Orianji. I dare say others would welcome your company as well. You can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, that's all that matters. I'm just gonna leave you 4. Nero? No, I'm not neglecting my duties. However, am I not allowed even a moment to myself? A genius needs time to reflect on his thoughts, you know. The Ark truly is a marvel, and I cannot count myself fortunate having had the opportunity to help build it. A pity I did not come here sooner. All the things I could have done with the fruits of their research. Not as any of your business, mind. I suppose I could have found a way to apply that knowledge to further improvements of the Ark as well. And yes, Relina did embarrass Banquet. That was a nice wee scene. Alright, let's keep things moving. Oh no. Oh, buddies. And yes, she managed to conquer the cup. Oh no. The red corner is quite sleepy, it seems.
Oh! Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over.
From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
We'll stay in chat, but we have to keep this going. Can Elsie smell fear? Good question.
Oh. What brings you here?
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait!
You can do it, Alfie.
Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Hydaelyn meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
And that's true, Ori. She did show more fear there than she did to Xenos. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweet dreams on the final night before the big day. That night, at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. His name and he shall appear.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
And thus it dawns, the day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
I hate to do this, but I need to be right back for like 2 minutes. Okay, wasn't even 2 minutes. Good, good. I need to make sure I would have clothes tomorrow. I suppose in the part where we part ways, for now at least. But I have sage words of wisdom to share area of the park. Yep, these are the Galpal Dacians will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider an adventure to see the stars. Alright, yep. but Omega's here, guys. The more fellow Scions couldn't be here. They wanted me to tell you that no matter what calamity may befall us, they will never give up, and neither should you. No matter how far you may go, we will be with you in spirit. No matter how dark it may seem, your light will shine and ensure. You're good, dude, Tori.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a Garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The the representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrits' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method, the fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan, but none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way!
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order. So I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
If you come this way, we'll direct you to the bridge.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist.
Onward unto the distant stars and beyond!
Ragnarok, engage!
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 whispers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used Dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What is this? Something is... interfering with the equipment. Greetings. Greetings. Can you hear me?
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum.
where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
By the Fury. Thancred?
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
I can't guarantee it will help in these strange surroundings, but I've ready the visions node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to Ragnarok at once. Strange new world. Unfortunate this place can support life, albeit brief barely. I suspect given the torpid state, ill quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. This is as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Oh hey! My die sold! Vegeta, what does the scouter say about the translator's reference level? It's over 9,000! Ruins. Of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find out something to help us understand the nature of this place. Or look, an inscription. Anything. Look here. This part is relatively intact. The intricate design at the top suggests it's man-made. Well, as well as was surely not men as we can conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. Gee, I wonder what made them. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it caused my indiscriminate destruction after wrought in the heart of battle. These remains have long since turned to ash, and yet they retain their form. I'm trying not to fly here, so I'll only do like little short cuts like that. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. Poor decision in hindsight. Besides, the light from the ship will surround this darkness. If Thancred was here, I'd never know it. From what I could tell, we were near the edge of an island, if you could call it that, surrounded by flowing debris. Also, technically, the teeny tiny little boat is from Living Way. Not Alice. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me feeling of death and anguish. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Before we jump to conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we were in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stench of terrain from the ship's port side where you get to explore. Then let's try searching there then. Never mind. Relina, a word before we join the others. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought. Their presence is telling you it's the best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgar Summer and mine with Needhog is what allows us to perceive them. Could these aberrations be related to the dragons that now live in Aetheris? Bah! Better to leave such a conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons that they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh, yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Soul without body, a form of being which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when we were residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, the sacrifice he hath offered us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Estenian, Relina, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surroundings. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well. We can reconvene here when everyone's finished. Meteion said these dragons are shadow and shade, but in both his denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not likely to be amenable to company, let alone conversation. So please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. Unburdened wings. A visitor, not of the star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguished life's feeble flame. Oh, how we would adore thee. Alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for his inexhaustible march into oblivion. If thou art not right come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Meteion, you have to stop this goth phase. It's getting out of control. This isn't a phase. You're not my real mom. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Still now are they winds, but none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. to ask. Are these titles you of your warriors things? You get them from completing quests. You can find them on this page on your character. See if you hit character, then go to profile. Whether or not you need to be a proper sub for them, I don't know. Thou wouldst bid me speak. Folly. I deserve the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar. Only watch and wait, and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood. Tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Null, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go if that be thy will, I shall remain. So like the one I currently have is because I got all the magic classes to level 60. They let you hear as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes, and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It was a hatching ground. Or was. I've seen similar on Atheris. Midgar Summer's kind must have once lived and thrived in places such as this. Beecher said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs will have more to tell us what happened here. Inside the showered head, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. A murky liquid is pooled inside his eggshell. A noxious fate, so it is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the vicious mile, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking a pool of bionic fluid. Your stomach turns and you return the egg to its resting place. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside. It's held. Mr. Dragonette was a successful hatching. Is this? I thought the eggs had been ruined. The Dragonette has detached. There's no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. We'll start from the cliff tops and I'll search the plains. The boisterous howling hath been quieted by thy hand, I suppose. Everything alright? I thought I heard a dragon, or something resembling one. Ah, I see what happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps some exile within are indeed mine. I have life within one, yet I did not recognize it. It was and malformed as it is. Not the dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure. A testament of the shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode on death. With fire, fury, and rage, rancor, we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. Yet they looked upon their prize they deemed unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild a futile area. In the purest soil, replete with ether, did we once cultivate our nesting grounds. Our lands were barren, and our eggs turned in such desolation. When few survived to hatch emerged as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bear a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to harshest rulers, the rival dragons in slight contest for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won. They too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict to conquer. A vicious cycle we knew now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife, still and still. Wait, kind is doomed, but there is another star. Faded to rot. They want to only brood in silence, to be left alone, with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't a time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Relina. Estenian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off it. Sadly, there was none to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto one potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As I crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. Or don't be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space disappears. Which is why we return to the Ragnarok and ask the operators to search for a potential path. However, ship's instruments fail to provide a conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. Well, Meteon told us before that emotions dictate reality here. Might be the key. I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward. At present, aye. If indeed the motion that governs this island, perhaps it's not Meteons, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire our conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there's no way for the dragons, or anyone here on this island, to advance. A sound theory, as sorry though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They're not like to be persuaded to help us. The reasoning is built on such a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believed it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Meteon meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair of the others' rules of Ultimate Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it could be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. Twas Ultimate Thule's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pitch himself in the clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such it did chance to encounter a dragon, possessed of despair far more potent than not most. Potent, mayhap, to detect the course for others. And thus their made to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen. Their tone and timbre alone threatened to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my Vedge's rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Hey Magtai, I'm doing alright. Then I shall guide thee. I'll end, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Oh, what have we got to lose? Let's get going. How are you? I will keep up with you, Seeker of Truth. I will be as constant as your shadow.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
This
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind. Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back! Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray.
He would not.
I think technically Draconic in this, everyone does understand. It's like the words themselves just... Look there. The wind. This is Estenian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride it this flow to see where it leads. We're gonna stay the fog that covered this land, and the air no longer feels quite so stifling. I would be talking to everybody, but we have to keep things moving so that we can actually have a chance of doing this. Indeed, Rip Estenian. He was the Azure Dragoon. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Estenian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end if he believed was right. And he's still fighting, Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here. Why we can still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alice is right. We must press on, for their sake. The test of will. Roads paved. Sacrifice. As you saw and Alice said, we must continue. Let us change our surroundings. Perhaps it's the memory of an altogether different world. Do I appear to be... There are more of it then. Tread carefully, as we lose our footing in the sand. Can you guys hear it? Or did you notice it? Lilith, I know you can. Were not for a violent crystal embedded in the surface, 'twould appear an ordinary stone. A curious script hath etched upon it. Alas, it's not a language which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely. So we may assume that this is the work of another race. One we have yet to encounter. Meteon claimed the dragons would slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. I suppose that is over there. I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to be the same crystals as this monument. Hey, there's a chance we find whoever built them over there for both. Let's go and have a look. Come on. Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello. There, is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibrations of the vocal folds will still require to convey our thoughts and intentions. Yeah, I believe are also pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this application. As it is commonplace to address an individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kopkodak. Yes, Kopkodak is the Ia. We have encountered beings that communicate through thought, whenever one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having a conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this place is suffused with the vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That is well, but there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we Ia are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are capable of biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subject's perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,108,177. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understanding the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered the need of flesh and the endeavour to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word. It would be simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of the extinguishers, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death required an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we'll answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. This Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure a vicious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Ia, where we traditionalists prepare our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions indicative to attack approval or plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ia wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh can be described as overzealous. Now you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. So I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answer dallying here. Let us be on our way. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you will find here remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzling expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violent crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question. And understandable given the finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I present for your arrival, why I continue to engage with you still. And while the others are not currently in a more motile state, rest assured they would not object for you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. She seems to be probably in the end of it. Which is actually good news, because that means that this is quite brief. Cast your thoughts towards a crystalline domicile. There's no response. You wish to speak? Very well, pray a moment if you would. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when I last emerged? Hope you're doing alright there, chat. Strange morning comings and goes, but soon fades into silence. Let your inquiries yield satisfactory responses. I see. And they fail to answer, and it's likely their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not. There are no others with who need those lodgings. and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. Fish abandoned. I don't look, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few of the have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce you to Lack Lack, Dedrick, and Neck Neck. It has been too long, Cupcod. I dare say Sir Ford has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course, the ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal form. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighbouring systems. My single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity, and thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. Of the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, we have such similarity as voice is unavoidable. By the way, O Cubcod, have you already considered the request custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Ah, yes, so long as I've been, as I escaped my mind. It still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Ned Neg. The archives have long been frozen. Lest we subject ourselves to further dolor, surely you recall that much. Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they might regularly replenish their ether by contributing to their replenishment. We would communicate in the intonation. That's right. That's right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I say no reason to decline. Excellent. If you were care to follow, we shall feast on the purest ether. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There's no particular name for it, but we traditionally sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take place with your comrades, the space boat shouldn't be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. Brace yourself for a rush of sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Now you need to wait a little longer. Nothing seemed to happen. Just as I suspected. As meticulously one might recreate the Ea's home world, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact. The very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreate Amarok. However, our appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we cannot absorb it. A delicacy deficient in our form, I imagine. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouse, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquaintance ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we cannot fail but wonder whether you wish to obtain vessels of flesh and thence to vanish. May not favor us with an explanation. Your flesh and blood beings were always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ei first possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the indistinguishable, such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress. But the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was middling, you see, too short to enjoy unheralded lives. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demand considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend them all limitations until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and then predict the future. If we could but archive this, we believe that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you learn more, we shall share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, it is not our duty to warn them. What else thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you resolve to know it, we will disclose you to the truth discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of our abode, a place called Elegia. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led to such enlightened people to this indolent end. Where no affinity leads. Now rejoin the Ia, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Lena, Graha, Tia, might I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. My thanks. We shall head aside the abode if you would be so kind to follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Orianji. I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go ahead to Eligia. As you are, I won't start without you. Jesus, Orianji, did you go far enough away? Aye, this place shall serve. Aye, this place shall serve. It's a spring that you wish to investigate. Pray forgive me, my friends. There is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of the ruined stars are created in our twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? She must have visited the stars of the dragons the year before either race perished in their entirety. Thus could she make their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than she had relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize upon the assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteon perceived that the emotion of those with nearby as her own, light and sense of empathic, intrinsic to her nature as an ectolic. In the course of her starfaring journey, as she encountered beings who strongly desired cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possessed the power to grant it, the power dynamis. Thus my supposition is that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteon did unleash Dynamis and usher the dragons and the Aeon to their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end must be there. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Never again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to you, my comrades. In beginning thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored to the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in my chosen path, walked at my side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask that now return us the favour, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to that question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all we have been through, I'll say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, then, let's go join our comrades. Let's be off to Elegia. Okay, so there is a scholar and a sage doing this right now. If we are fortunate, Lil, and I'm able to get through all this whilst they're still about, we should have our healers for the night. Says she isn't going to do that much flying. Proceeds to fly everywhere. It seems everyone is accounted for then. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous. We scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the Aer. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right! Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you!
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you, to all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Are you all ready to continue on? Then let's make our way for the light shot. Mishto and Ryanji have opened the way for us. Look at that skybox, guys. This place is gorgeous. Yes, I can feel it. Ether emanating from the arcane plane. Fern. This is a portal, and make no mistake. Let's see where it leads. This should look familiar to you guys. A certain aesthetic. But it's been a long time. I think October last year. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived? Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to a conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alphino with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from the hostile beings, take care with your footing. I must make look of this place. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. I'll find you once we've finished exploring. Mislike, not mislook. I expect the twins will seek the outermost boundaries of the isle, so I propose we search the essential area. There are machines patrolling here and there. Sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they almost certainly attack any who venture too close. So let's avoid them. Look for others that may appear more approachable. Wish you luck, Riker. Wait. Not too far. I think. Oh. Whoops. No, but from the scenes. Hi, friends. They attack. Okay, not friends. Look, Felina. The machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we're searching for the denizens of the star. Unknown life form detected. Assigned generic label. Interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Nope. Planet? What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called Omnicrons, and you stand with one of our outposts. The Omnicron, just say? What is it you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omnicrons. At least it seemed to be for fright. I'll see what else I can learn from this fellow. Maybe I could try speaking with the others. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands, and indiscriminate attacks against all non-Omnicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, please address that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Star issues instructions to our forces as the forthright of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation of Stigma. Measuring combat capability negligible. Subject falls outside target parameters. Greetings, travelers. We are the Omnicrons, and our object is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we subjugating the home world of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. The subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Autonomous weapon deployment. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munitions levels satisfactory. Nominal awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintain state of combat readiness. We stand in Omega's home. learned a few things. So did I. Now we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come to no surprise, but there's no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those worked only send us to isolated isles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of motion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? So the underground seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign. But their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could be fit that really Angie's description? A soul yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Really, Angie said this. During our investigation, before we joined you in Eligia. So that's the way of it. Why can't you just say it for all of us? You probably know this place is certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the longed for death, the Omnicrons long for conflict. As much as they may lead to destruction, they may be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out the leader, the Sir. According to MO32, the first Omnicron with whom we spoke, there was this console by which we might communicate with it. MO32 also added that it would be pointless exercise, but in itself I believe is worth investigating. What say you? The console we seek is on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route we direct as it seems. Let's all watch our step as we make our way. Appears to be the console. This seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? You try touching, smacking, and attuning with this console, but there's no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it?
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic? Wait, you still have it? Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the superweapon Omega. Wait, the actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited. Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic matrix signal 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you! Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Let's focus our search on the outpost. Alice and I will try to speak with the Omnicrons this time, and hope we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are synthetic and routine by nature. If there were any that aren't, it should be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let's begin at once. As we come this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Alright, these ones I'll fight. Search base Helicon for current Omicrons. That was talking to Alfie. Saw you, but you're very... Stop. Now entering the real shooter genre. An Omnicron wandering aimlessly. Where? I can't help but think of Emmett when this music plays. Aha! I see it. Let's left the base. Let's follow it. Not here. This definitely came this way. Must have used this portal. Time to go through and see what we find. What is your query? Haha, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What was the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star, as it cannot survive in our environment. However, it requires life support. That is the function of this device. There was such lengths to sustain it. Is there anything special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimens may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I'm made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves, like we did countless others. We conquered the star, whence the streak came. In the same remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards with which we aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and resume a state of combat readiness. So I was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it's simply a malfunction Omicron. There are no means uncommon. We also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions. One not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To the endeavor to live even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Relena, one day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? You really think so? That would be Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking out, sir, and understanding the nature of the emotions which bars our way. Graha, you single-handedly are responsible for there being a future at all. Of course you're in the fucking book. You're gonna have your own book, my dude. Gravity is ready to make the next step. We shall return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about their into Omicron. Maybe a little flight. Well, it says you found the suspicious Omicron. That's good. Because the units here were no help. They were all had the same thing to say about the extended operations unit. There's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that's hard to prove it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about that. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omnicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. No, the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership. Perhaps even one of those that comprises Sir. As we know, the Omnicrons invade our stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conflict. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be part or in whole. Setting aside a question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omnicron body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how we go about ascertaining if that's what's happened. My attempt to probe further ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would be willing to reveal his true identity. I have an idea. We used lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger. Much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, I could suggest that it's connected to Sir. An inspired idea. I dare say it's worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do it the honors. I will stand guard in case your indication draws entries to the scene. For my part, then, I shall approach our subject and divert his attention. During which time, Elena, I want you to observe her closely for anomalous behavior. I should have mentioned that shortly before you returned, an Omnicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, headed towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol. Perhaps. That could be only our errant Omnicron. We'll seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alphino, and I will stand by the console. When it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. And if all that fails, wild rose. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, the Cromers are watching over us. Come, my friend. Let us find this plagued Omnicron. You know what? Just for today, for this one. I mean, it's the end of Endwalker. The tag needs to appear at least once. You're the one that was observing the tree, are you not? How glad am I to find you again. I have a question for you, you see. About the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information. Very well. I'll say, do it again. An anomaly, let's say. Performing diagnostic, error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. When we spoke, our comrades struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That cause is the cause of your anomaly. You're connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, we must move up further from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends are at the console. Let's head there.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was, my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own. And with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure, for we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I can no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end. Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not describe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink, of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end!
Hey Cat, and hey Bubs. Yeah, sympathies, yes, that's quite appropriate to that conversation. so easily, as if it's nothing. What do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick. And that'll just be the start. The crystalline path Gra has provided for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on for our friends and all who await us in faith. So come, let's seek the path. Beginning appears to be near the outpost. How are you doing, Cat? And you as well, Bubs. Hope you're enjoying. I'm just grabbing this because it's embarrassing. I don't already have it. But I was in a bit of a state last time I was here. Surely deliver us true. It must. Okay. Yep. Well, here too is where the path begins. And it ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. I have things to say when we get there. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Scout the roads ahead, showing you would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Graha would join in their discussion, or else chat with me and Alice say about the mission. The steady would be at the rear, or your presence. All the while you would come and go, wherever you were needed. Together we would travel. I can hear my own footfalls, my heart beat. It's so much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue is almost proof that the others are still with us. They are. They are, aren't they? It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in bed, still as children, Grandpa alive. I go about my day, relive as the fragments of the others life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? But none of it. No. No, but I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. The portal is barely visible from here. Surely we've come far. Much further than we would have thought possible. We kept chasing the perfect ideals we did in the past. It's because we had no failure and frustration. We learn and grow from them. The Heidel has trusted us with this mission. From the very start. Rest assured I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself, though? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither do we watch Julie. We're crossing an impossible distance to stand where we are now. When we're but a few steps away from the journey's end, it will be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me. Don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Well, this is it. The end of the path, and the beginning of whatever awaits. There'll be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. They come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let's have pride in what we have achieved. And what we achieved and how it changes us for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. There's some structures up ahead. Still a way to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know a knee even must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, don't forgive me if I wish it all the same. And for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it. It's just, after all you have given me, for once I want to be able to help you. This is almost... normal. It's not like many cities we know. It's deathly quiet. The inhabitants are waiting within the buildings, invisible to our senses. Wrong on both accounts. There's simply no one here. Meteon. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended? I do not know. Evasion, sickness, suicide? None can say. None left to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll end up turning back. If there's no one here, then neither should there be any emotion to bar our way. If Meteon convinced, we will turn back. What riddle was this? whatever Meteor may say, as said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed. At the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. Hello! We're not for the thick layer of dust. One could imagine someone drinking from these cups moments ago. Erected in place of the actual tree, or to serve some other purpose? Perhaps. Regardless, there's no one left to explain, to tell the story. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with loose few sittings on this counter. Vessels for the beverage in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity until it was not. We are not hitting that trial before midnight. Well. Should have started at 6. Oh well. This is you glimpse Alice picking her way through the ruins of otherwise spy no sign of life. Those objects on the ground, this appears to be a door. While the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut and a firm of dust is all over suggests no one has come through this in a very long time. Melina, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? Let's see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs all over the place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We searched enough for now. Let's find Alphino and compare what we learned. I've caught up with you, Mr. Sage.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will. I'm afraid it has to be done. For our comrades, for everyone on Aetheris, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you, the last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, Some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Earlier, and old Charlian.
Please, please. Oh, please let them all be safe.
Kryl? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
In a city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. Sorry, that was my phone. The sorrow of 1,000-year worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk calm. I last did this exactly 1 year and 1 day ago. I did it with 2 of my friends who I have gone through this entire game with. When we hit this point, I started to crack. I have been through troubles, one of which had me completely and utterly alone. A sensation I never want to feel again, and yet a constant waking reality. I am terrified, genuinely, of one day everyone being gone again. And as I was cracking, I was told to read the name of the mission. Which is how I was able to start resuming. We are unable to run. All our abilities are disabled, for we are currently under the effect of Endwalker. I'm not going to say anything for a little bit now. So I'm just going to let the game do its thing. Enjoy.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped. Go on.
upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace. We will never abandon our...
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could...
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
You may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled, whose prayers were unheard, whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You have suffered enough.
chasm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful.
I came to appreciate most about our stars that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you. I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteon, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it! Silence it! Silence our song of oblivion!
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
as Cap said, there's a lot from that cutscene. So much. And yes, Rip, they were all dead, mankind, until that moment. The internal monologue. You know, I'm getting too old for this world-saving business, because I'm getting tired of this constant death and resurrection of friends. Oh, hello, Botty. Thanks, Ori. I don't think I've ever known you what to say to the man. In retrospect, I always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, it came to your aid in your moment of need. We are all here, and we'll not squander this chance he has given us. You'll see this to the triumph conclusion, and bid the final curtain fall. And who better to give us this? What Cap said. Are you ready, Relina? Let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. With the dead sun's rose and the emotions of Meteon has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls have strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish them. It was not by the passing judgment on tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to evolve fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I'm here to help, as you have all helped me. Well, I completely failed to get into the trial before midnight. Lilith, I am very sorry. I was going as quick as I could. And there's still more emotional damage to come. But Captain, I haven't recovered from the stress already. Welcome to Endwalker. That's a big Stargate behind, really. Yeah, it is.
I stand ever ready.
I think everyone can agree that this is the final party. These three, they gotta go with us to Heidelin. Estenian's been in every dungeon he could have been so far. It's their turn.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
We're being raided! Mecca! Hi, Mecca! Welcome to the end of Endwalker! Thanks for the raid, dude. Yeah, that's some timing.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star.
Spoilers for all of Final Fantasy XIV.
And rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Well, hi. Welcome to the stream. We stream normally on Mondays, but I had to bump into Tuesday this week due to a delivery yesterday. As well as also feeling that I wouldn't get to the boss on time for the server patch, which really started to look the case. Fair enough, Mecca. You enjoy your dinner.
Allow me.
You underestimate me.
And thanks for stopping by. Answer question. Do you not see the plague and pestilence that consumes ours is a world of rancid blood and rotten flesh, where death is the only remedy to suffering? There's no meaning to be found in such misery. But we're not always thus beneath the waves. We need only peace and plenty. Wonderful not and yet crave more, and our progeny might someday flourish as we can never. Eventually we venture to lands above bearing flame and iron, toppling any who dare to oppose our might. The world is ours to have taken. I really can't summarize what's happening. Enjoy? Thanks, Bubs. I am now a solar cycle older. Okay.
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Yeah, it's my birthday now, the Cap. It's the 12th of June. Oh my... the Cap! Thank you! Oh my goodness. What is happening? Rebecca and London. actually have a hype train! There is a hype train on my channel! Well, enjoy your subs.
You cannot stop us!
The emotes you will have. There are D&D characters from various games that used to be on this channel, now on Abby's channel.
You cannot stop us!
Now with junior boss. Oh my god! How are you, Dark? This road is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land. Our seas we were thought we'd find forever blue ran dry. Spoiled in forging and tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor. Then came the sickness, our undoing, and the final blessing the stars to offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wherever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path into nothingness. The wise embrace that obliteration wholeheartedly. Thanks, Lilith. The sun apocalypse dies. Can't even die. I tried.
Those who live, those who die, hate.
Thank you, Warren.
You underestimate me!
Thank you, Dark.
Hold still.
You underestimate me! I have you now.
You cannot stop us! Allow me.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all.
Guys, you got me in a moat!
In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the self-same lives it had saved.
Okay. Okay, just focus on the dungeon, Sam. Just focus on the dungeon. We have, after all, a very hard fight coming up.
Hold still.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
Hello, beings first grace us with their presence as a sign. Indeed, they are understand that we, the global community, are possessed of wisdom, compassion, needed to guide the star back to the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom players dare to undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labor to build, so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of the star and its once might of nations. The wars waged, the countless lives lost. It must be brought to heel. The world united under a single standard, no matter the cost. Raha. Thank you.
Me.
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
It doesn't exactly look like it's doing that well. Reconstruction of the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering or technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other potential threats to peace we have so long pined for. This artificial intelligence ensures that the singular function is carried out with cold and calculated precision. Indeed, the 10,000 peacekeeper units we created have now brought every threat to peace, including us. All that remains is a stand and fight. You look very different from the last peacekeeper so far. Yeah, do your thing, I'll say. And yes, it did, Dark. on, you have to keep going.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
I did it. I killed them all. I killed them all.
Farther still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
It asked me to let you know when I'm getting close to facing Meteon. I'm getting close to facing Meteon. For your life, champion of hope and justice, fighter of our blood. Could be bees. Super powerful ancient killer bees.
You cannot stop us!
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
Oh, I forgot about this step. Whoops. I'm gonna forget them. Dion. The Last Mercy. Raw love.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful. Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Allow me. Hold still.
With heart and steel!
Oh, of course you are. At least now we have an idea of what try this. A great tread nigh beyond description, yet hangeth on the air. I should not think how many more worlds she must fall. Termination. Yeah. No luck.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and embrace the future. So shall we sing until life ceases to be.
Seven hells!
On your guard!
The rage. It rises. Rises. We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
You don't!
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait!
You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you mean to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence, curse your life as it fades. As we did, as we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
You got in the way of a hunt.
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
Find yourself someone who believes in you as much as Xenos does the Warrior of Light.
I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor, it is satisfaction. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
They'll send you the invite. I'm just going to see how the queue is. I'm assuming we're going to have to do the thing. Now let's see. Average wait time 9 minutes? That feels possible. I struggle with it. Why don't... Yeah. This fight happens on the back of Xenos. At the end of it all, we fight with them at least once. What's the weather? Termination. You missed. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure Lil's the tank in the queue. Mine. And now we move into Heaven's Ward. Thanks so much for hanging out all night, Lil. Or is this the Worm's Tail? Might be the Worm's Tail. Yeah, this is the Worm's Tail. Because we move into... Wait, no. No, nice. Oh. That's invincible. That was Amnesty. The final boss music of Endwalker is a combination of every final boss theme to this point. The ultimate weapon. Thank you, Lil. like, for real. Having that level of faith, it's insane. There's the heavens, Lord. Believe it or not, this is not the last fight for tonight. This is the penultimate fight for tonight. Yep, I made the right call on video yesterday because the most server patch at 1 in the morning. We spent 15 minutes if we were doing this yesterday. Yeah, that works then. So another 4 minutes. Pretty sure that healer is the sage that was outside on the way up here. The scholar's probably right. They were able to actually have a faster speed because they don't need to read out loud. Raiders. Thank you for coming along to the penultimate event, Walker. If any of you are still about. Thank you, Captain, for having us early. Being well for so much as you have as well. I agree, Cal. Go someplace nice for perhaps, the same. This fight is a big part of the reason why they say that. I'll be right back. Indeed, Captain. Though I will not be resuming the end of the story. I have learned that apparently it takes a few months for your game plus to be added added to the current expansion. So what we're going to do moving on to once we're done this is the role quests, the raids, and Hildebrand. And then we might be giving Final Fantasy 14 a pick. I can go through and do all the class quests that we haven't seen. The warrior, paladin, ninja, bard, dancer, machinist. Let's see what else we have. We also get good sage, astrologian, scholar, subsequently, samurai, reaper. I can go and do them all. I can just keep going. I feel like it's a discussion for another week. Gotta check the other person from the other this thing. That you can't get back to. Glasses, the kitten, it really is. That's really well done. a single DPS. Fight to the Alliance raid. Then I'll figure it out. Endpoint until we pick it up again. someday I'll figure out how to use this.
Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die. All of us have known despair. We have seen the end. The same end, again and again. Only emptiness remains. Tis so lonely between the stars.
Oh, this is gonna suck. This is gonna suck. This is gonna suck.
We have seen the end.
I really like this planet.
The same end. Again and again. There is no happiness in life. There is only one place it may be found. Oblivion. Dynamite. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate. Your time has come. It always does. What is this defiance? No. The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate!
No matter the cost!
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
Hope will shine again!
What we saw. What I saw. This can only end in misery and desolation. No life, no star, for the universe itself. None should hope for better. If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
Thanks so much, Lil. Right. Yeah. Let's finish this now.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Etheris. Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, will restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds, a song of hope. One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know, but I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them. Then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.